Hey everybody, TrinfiniteX here, back with some more Breath of the Wild 64%. So, how's everybody doing today? So, last episode I showed off how to do some dragon farming. I'm going to briefly show that off again. I farmed a good number of parts, 30 some horns and some extra scales here. Today I'm just going to briefly demonstrate how to do that one more time. Right after I get rid of these keys. There we go. So if you set a campfire there and camp at it and the dragon doesn't spawn, I'm actually kind of glad it didn't right away, so I can show this off. But you just need to leave Farron, which you can do just by going to the other end of this cave, and then it should spawn for you. Now we just camp here till morning. Pull out our bow, aim where the horn will be. Oh, I think I just barely got it from the sound. And as soon as it starts falling towards the ground, we can go ahead and camp. If you camp while the shard is still on the dragon, it won't fall to the ground properly. There we go. Oh, I missed. You do kind of have to anticipate the position he's going to be in when he spawns. There we go, see? And kind of lead your shot a bit. But yeah, so ideally, you want to do this until your golden bow is broken or comes close to breaking. Oh, he's in a different position this time, you see? Like, I guess you don't have to go that far. In fact, preserving a few shots on your golden bow might even be useful, but ideally you only want to do this once. You don't want to have to do this multiple times. So we're going to get all our farming done in just one big session, and then that's it for all the grinding we have to do in this game. A little bit of money grinding, wood farming, and dragon part farming. Not too bad. So, now that we have all the dragon parts that we need, I actually need to get some specific parts before we're done. I wanted to save that for the stream. I need to get a fang and a claw from Farash. Specifically a fang and a claw. So we're gonna have to stay in bullet time a bit, but there we go. There's our fang. Yeah, staying in bullet time will allow us to hit the targets easily. Oop. Climbing the cave. Oh, come on. There are no enemies near. There we go. Now the claw is going to be a little trickier. There we go. That should be it. Again, you can tell by the sound effect it makes. I'm gonna camp till the weather's a little bit better. And I guess I might as well get one more. Why not? There we go, nice weather. So, once you're done dragon farming, all the dragon parts that you farmed up will drop in one of three areas, either right here, right here. There's our claw. Or right over there across the lake. Nice and simple. So that's how you dragon farm once again. And even get specific parts from the dragon. Oh, did my ice block get destroyed? I guess when I turned my back, they got culled. Oh well. All my ice blocks are gone. That's fine. Hey, Aurora. No, you didn't miss it. We'll get to that. Oh. What was that? Made it lose magnesis. Get up here. Go in there. All right. And with that, we're done. We're done dragon farming, we're done wood farming, we're done money farming. We're gonna sell a few of the horn shards we got from Farash for money, but primarily we're gonna keep them. And use them to cook some really overpowered foods. And that's pretty much it. There's no more grinding or farming to be done. Now we can just press forward with our adventure. And not have to worry about any kind of resources, really. Grab some Korok seeds today. and kind of clean out Farron, do a few shrines, and then we're gonna head to Vonaboris. And that's pretty much all we're gonna do today. So, since we're Korok seed hunting, let's go ahead and get some music playing. Oh, hold on. That's a little loud. My bad. There we go. Background music. And what a start, too. Let's adjust our equipment appropriately. We can drop that. Fortunately, there's no way out of the rain in this particular sector here. This tiny little section of Farron is always going to be raining until we solve the shrine. Careful with this metal block when you pull it out. Korok seeds, but that Korok's about to get electrocuted. And I don't think I mind if that block gets zapped. You know what? Here's a good place to pause while we listen to Cass. Cass's theme is still some of the best stuff. That we get to hear in this game. Some of the best music. We don't have to talk to him to do the shrine quest, but since he's right here, figured I'd go ahead and talk to him. You mean the Kodama, right? Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, we'll get to that. For now, we have a shrine to do. Oh, come on. Get up there. We need to finish our stamina wheels. Once and for all. We're gonna drop this behind us. Oh, it's going immediately. Good. Aha! And I got my bow back without having to climb up there to get it. Good. So now the lightning will stop in this area after we collect this. A song of storms indeed. I wonder if we're gonna have a musical instrument in Tears of the Kingdom. Now that I think about it, we don't have one in this one. But I wonder if we'll get one. Although I'm not sure what we would get. Since there's only so many simple medieval instruments. That we could realistically have. Yeah, there we go. Suddenly the weather's all cleared up. How nice. Continuing on our trail here. Grab another Korok seed down here. And then we will head to Lurelin Village. There is much to do. So how are you doing today, Aurora? Has your day been good? Good so far. Are you settling in with more Three Hopes? I would assume. You said you're on Golden Deer. Come here. Give me another one. Yeah. How far into Golden Deer are you? Chapter 6, so about a third of the way? If I understand correctly, if I remember how many chapters there are per route. Oh. Oops. Well. Let's try that again. I mean, I guess we could walk, but who wants to do that? And let's get some music going. Once again. There we go. As much as I love Saria's song, I think this is better. For right now. I mean, since it's raining, it seems appropriate to listen to Insane in the Rain. No. There we go. Come on. There we go. Like so. There we are. Beautiful. Now this time, if I can just not let go of the stick by accident, all will be well. And just grab this Korok seed right here. Huh? Why the rock dropped? Wait a minute. I didn't drop this. There's your rock back. Always give the Koroks their rock back. It's very important. Also, I'm gonna turn Daruk off here. See if I can get this wind bombing thing to work for me. Today. There we go. Much better. So we've made it to Lurelin. There's a shrine here. There's a couple different ways to solve it. Here's how I'm gonna do it. Grab this block, put it right about there-ish. Maybe a little more forward than that. Get up on top of it to use it as a platform. Aim right about there. And get a nice little wind bomb going. Oh, almost. I think I was a little too fast on that. But with a slight readjustment, perhaps. Oh, almost. Close. Okay. So the goal is to make it up onto the roof there and just walk to the end. I've done this a couple times in practice, so I know this is doable. We almost had it that time. Again, so close. Maybe I should do it even faster. Maybe that's the key. Need to make sure I don't run out of health, though. That would be a silly way to go. There we go. Yeah, I actually needed to do it faster there. There we go. So now we're up on the roof. And you can actually see the draw distance here. If you look far off in the distance next to where the monk is, you can see some of the pillars spawning in as we get closer to it. Yep. That's how far the draw distance is in this game. It's pretty far. Most of the treasure in this shrine is not really worth it. Except for the treasure that's in this chest down here. I'm going to very carefully get. You can skip this if you want. It's totally optional. But I figure, why not? That's a decent weapon. And then pretty much any wind bomb will be good here. Oh, oh, not quite. Not quite good. Not quite good enough. But almost. We can make it from here. At least I'm pretty sure we can. Square bomb gone? Okay. There we go. Slight adjustment. Again, you don't have to stop for that treasure chest. And with a cleaner execution, I could have had this shrine done a little bit faster, but overall, not too bad. And we definitely didn't have to mess with any of the weird weights and measures and balancing scales in here. So much nonsense. Hey, Time Tree. Welcome. How are you today? Oh, you wanted that to be vertical? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you have the lines worked out. Yeah, I don't think you have the spacing worked out correctly to make it a line like that. Anyway, it's time to dive down into Lurelin Village. It's a nice, quiet little place. There's mushrooms. Underneath people's houses over here. There's Korok seeds and a goddess statue. We'll be coming back here in a bit to turn in our spirit orbs. But in the short term, let's go ahead and get this Korok seed here. Hey, Avalon. How are you today? Another day of Majora's Bizarre Adventures. Yeah, a little bit. Adventure 5, reliving the same day over and over. But getting more efficient at it each time. So, we're gonna go ahead and sell some of these. We only need a certain number. I'm gonna go ahead and sell like... we'll sell 18. We'll just go down to 20. That's fine. And that should be plenty. That should be plenty for the rest of the game. We'll cook some foods a little bit later, too. Oh my gosh. Meanwhile, there's like these coral reefs under there. I wish we could dive down and explore. Sadly, even Super Mario Sunshine does a better job of letting us explore that. Before this game. That's a rather unique Korok puzzle right there. I don't believe any other Korok seed in the world is quite like that one. Also, since it's nighttime, you know, I don't think I've actually ever paid a visit to, shoot, I forgot his name. I don't ever think I've seen him at Lurelin Village here. Kind of want to walk up and say hi. Maybe earn some Mon? That's another thing we could do. I think we can sell the dragon parts. Kilton, yeah, there we go. My brain blanked his name. We can actually sell some of the dragon parts to him for Mon, I believe. Uh-oh. You forgot to switch your last load over to the dryer. Yeah, might want to take care of that. Well, all you need is the pillowcase. Using me as something to go to sleep to? Yeah, see, we can actually give some of these to him for Mon if we need to. But we're going to have plenty of monster parts throughout this, throughout our playthrough, so really... Yeah, we don't really need to sell any dragon parts to him. They're actually more valuable. They're more valuable to us as... as just cooking implements. Or cooking ingredients, rather. You found an issue with your code? What language are you coding again? Or coding in? I mean, why not? Python. In Java, meh. We'll do more of this later. I'm primarily here for the Korok seed. And then we'll do the cooking and the turning in of spirit orbs here. Lurlin. A little bit later when we have some more stuff. For now, it's just good to have the warp point, the shrine primarily. And to have gotten some more money from selling our excess dragon parts that we don't need. You'll probably be going to bed soon. You'll be leaving your computer on and this tab open though. Thank you, I appreciate the lurk. Don't know if it'll randomly sleep mode, though. Fair enough. I still appreciate you, Avalon. Just for lurking, even if all I'm used for is to help you get to sleep. I understand it's 2 hours later where you are than where it is than where I am, so I understand completely. We also need to come back here to get the the star fragment. But for now, let's go back to the shrine over here. And this time, we'll turn a different direction and collect some more Korok seeds in Farron. The goal is to clear out Farron of all the Korok seeds we're going to get and all the shrines that we're going to do, except Eventide. We'll leave that be. And then we'll go to Vanaboris before the end. Is there anything useful here? No. Oh, no, wait. There's a chest here. Does it have anything good in it? What's in here? Oh. Nah, we don't need that. Yeah, we can just watch these guys get blown up. That's even more fun. That's more fun than anything else. I missed it just barely, though. So we're gonna collect the luminous stone on the statue. And there we go. So, Avalon and Time Tree, have you guys seen Princess Mononoke? So this bridge is a map location. We need to get it. Uh-oh. Oh, more. Uh-oh. Ah, so I gotta arc this shot really a lot there. Oh, hello, dragon. This is actually perfect. I need a picture. We need to take a picture of Farash for the compendium, because he's in the compendium, but we don't get to buy a picture at the tech lab, so I'll need a picture as well. So this might be perfect, actually, since he's heading straight for us. I'll wait a second for it. Still struggling with your code, Time Tree? And also, once when you were a kid, you were never a fan of Misaki, huh? I think we can do better. That works. It's closer. Well, I just got through watching it for the first time. My girlfriend insisted that I see it. So we watched it together. And I didn't realize just how many references there are. In this game, like, there are a ton of references in this game to the movie Princess Mononoke, which is kind of crazy. Where is the lady? Oh, she's asleep, that's why. We're gonna camp here till morning. I want to get rid of the nighttime enemies. Yeah, I want to get rid of the nighttime enemies anyhow. Where is she? Oh my gosh. Is this the woman? Yeah, she's still asleep. Oh my gosh. What do I have to do? It's camp till noon. So, we got a piece of the rubber set earlier from that shrine we solved. There's a woman here at this shrine that will actually give us another piece. We're not really going to use the rubber set, but I'm going to collect it anyway. Again, it's one of those things that's like not technically part of 100%, but we're still going to do it. Still going to collect all the armor pieces. Let's get rid of that. There we go. I feel like I'm forgetting something here in the shrine, but oh, looks like the dragon is back. We're not here for the dragon. We're gonna go get some Korok seeds now, using Rivali's Gale. Yeah, so there's lots of Princess Mononoke references in this game that I didn't realize. The Lord of the Mountain on Satori Mountain over here is a reference. The Koroks are references to it. There's a whole bunch. There's actually, even Link is similar to the main character in the movie. It's actually kind of surprising just how many references there are. Did you find the answer you were looking for? So, what was it? What did the solution turn out to be, Time Tree? Were you missing some syntax? Did you miss a semicolon? Oh yeah, wrong camp. There we go. Okay, lost my place for a second there. Want to play a game based on Miyazaki's vision and try playing Ni no Kuni? Yeah, for sure. I've seen bits of that. That's very much based on those movies. What was that? Some poor animal just got killed. I didn't see where it happened. You going to bed already? Yeah, have a good night, Avalon. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. Ni no Kuni 2 sucks, though. I wouldn't recommend it unless you like watching a slow-motion train wreck. I'll keep that in mind. Is it on the Switch? Just grab this. Here's your rock back. I mean, overall, I felt the movie was okay. I'm not a huge fan of it or anything, but it was good. I don't dislike it. 2 is available on the Switch and maybe the remaster of 1? Ah, okay. Stuff to consider at a later time. So, in the last episode, we put our travel medallion up here on top of Mount Floria. This is a very good place for it to be. At least for now. This is a most helpful location for it to be in. Let's go pay a visit to some Lionel friends. We have a few more blue Lionels we can take out. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll start with this. Yeah, because this is a spear Lionel up here. We want to take it out as quickly as possible. Don't want to waste any time. But let's pause our music before we get into a fight. I mean, I say that, but until the Lionel actually figures out that we're here. Ooh, oh, I actually ran out of stamina, uh-oh. There we go, getting as many double hits in as we can. Almost done already. There we go. So Aurora, since I know you know the Studio Ghibli films, are there any enemies that resemble Lionels? Like, I'm just looking for more things that may have been inspired by any of the movies. Although Lionels have been a part of the series since before Miyazaki made any films, but I wonder if the current design is based on anything. Oh boy. That was a little close. Don't think so. I mean, after you put, yeah. After all the stuff that I've seen. And you even mentioned the... Yeah, after all the stuff I saw in the movie and after you mentioned the Kodama, yeah, as well. So those are the Koroks. I'm just like, I'm now starting to just look for references. Like I said, the Koroks are a reference. Even the dragons are kind of a reference, sort of. And especially the Lord of the Mountain. And even Link. And it's just like, oh my gosh. How many other references are there, I wonder? Oh, you're right. That's right, Terrytown. I guess so. Anyway, back to our own music for a bit. We'll fight some more Lionels in a moment, but there's some more Korok seeds for us to grab. Can we get that? Ooh, maybe. Hey, what's in here? I don't think we really need that. It's a nice, easy Korok puzzle. I think. Okay, there we go. All right. Get on there. I couldn't even see where I placed that, and I still got it. Yeah, then we'll just turn down this way. And snag this flower here. A lot of these are a pain to do in the rain, so make sure you camp until the weather is appropriate.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Excellent. Good timing on Rivali's Gale as well. We're gonna use it right now. Grab this other Korok seed. There's your rock back. We'll take this. Free Topaz. And real quick, forget, do these Lizalfos have any good treasure? I mean, I guess I could ditch the one I have. Why not? Don't suppose I could climb up onto that. Ooh, I can. Nice. Forest Dweller Shield. Yeah, we don't really need that, though. Yeah, the shields we have are already pretty good. Just gonna go ahead and grab some more of this treasure here. Knight's Broadsword. Is that worth anything I have? Actually, it is worth this, because I've already used that a bit. Yeah, why not? Okay. Now, there's a shrine we need to go ahead and get. At the base of the waterfall over there. I could swim there, but swimming is terrible in this game, so I'm going to avoid swimming like the plague. And we're just going to drop on down. Get it easily like this. Just checking up on all the treasure. Ooh, hey. Might want that, though. What to get rid of for that? I mean, honestly, yeah, believe it or not, the Lionel Spear. I assume you found a solution. A loop in a loop isn't that unusual in coding. Okay, so there's a couple ways to do this shrine. If you're really good at controlling wind bombs, you can do that. You can just make a Cryonis block there and wind bomb in, but because this shrine's cage there's water behind the cage there, it's easy to overshoot it. So here's what I like to do. We can just walk up here and get the key. We can just make it to the other side. We don't have to bother with the puzzle. Why would we do that? There's ice arrows on the other side there. I don't really think that's worth it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and solve the shrine from here. This shrine is so easy, it's not really worth wind bombing. But you can, and it is technically faster if you can get it right in one shot. But since this shrine is so simple, we'll just do it this way. All you have to do is stand near the top of that block, like when it pushes you, and you'll have enough height to fly over to the key. Hey, fair enough, Aurora. Thank you for stopping by. I'll see you around, whenever you decide to stop in next. Once we have that shrine, we'll just go ahead and grab this Korok seed right here. There we go. That's pretty much everything in the forest area, more or less. There's a few other things, but we'll get to those. Let's take a quick break from the forest and the Korok seed hunting to hunt down some more Lynels. Remember, the experience system in this game works like this. You get a certain amount of experience for killing certain enemies, but you can only get experience from each type of enemy 10 times. And then once you cross a certain threshold, those enemies will disappear altogether. And be replaced with higher tier enemies. So once we kill 10 blue Lynels, they won't provide experience anymore. But also, if we cross the experience threshold without having killed 10 blue Lynels, we'll lose our opportunity to get any more experience from blue Lynels. Forgot about this Korok seed when I was getting horses last stream, or last episode. Well, we have about a dozen of these. Let's use the Knight Shield next. We'll be restocking our shield supply later. Another spear, Lionel. We're gonna go ahead and, yeah, we'll use up all these swords. We have so many swords here. Let's go ahead and get them used up. Bow is all ready to go. Hi there, friend. Your mane is looking especially rich today. I wonder if that means it'll conduct electricity really well. Gotta use up these weapons. We have so many spare weapons. Gonna use stasis a lot here, just because spear Lionels love to run away. Kind of annoying like that. Let's see if I can get the timing. Oh, not quite. Well, since he gave us an updraft, let's take advantage. Oh! He didn't get stunned by that. Okay, well. I was expecting him to get stunned by that. But I guess not. And then you next. So I think we've killed enough blue Lionels at this point to where we only need maybe one more, and then we'll have 10 or close enough to it. We don't necessarily have to kill, you know, 10 of every single type of enemy. You know, it's not necessary to get to the highest tier weapons in the game, because that's why we're doing this, because eventually we want to have access to the best equipment, and the best equipment will naturally be the equipment with the highest modifiers. And in order to get the highest modifiers, we need to have a lot of experience built up. And so that's why it's important to do this. Again, it doesn't count towards 100%, but it's an important part of the overall experience, being able to have the best stuff. Doesn't quite feel like 100% without it. Or 64% in this case. You know what, actually, we're gonna start with this. No, let's keep with the strategy that I have here. So, club Lionels are powerful and dangerous if you don't respect them. But if you do, they're really easy. Because they'll keep doing that spin over and over again, no matter how many times you stun them. Every time they do that spin, they always end up facing you. And their face is always in the same place for you to shoot with an arrow. Once you get the line up, they'll do that about 3 to 4 times before they try to run away from you, practically giving away over half their health. And then he decided to do this. It'll make life even easier. Perfect. We're getting some decent mighty Lionel equipment now. No more regular Lionel stuff. Yeah, let's go ahead and get one more. Why not? But this should really be the last blue Lionel that we have to fight. And that'll empty out our weapons a little bit, so that when we get into the shrines later, to inevitably restock, because of how easy the Guardians are, we'll have plenty of room. Speaking of room, we have plenty of Korok seeds. We could also get some inventory upgrades. Don't think that would be the worst idea. Ooh, and because it's raining, we get the cool extra effect here. Make sure to go ahead and put on my helmet. Uh-oh! He did not do what I thought he was gonna do. He actually didn't do the spin. There we go. Well, I don't know why he didn't lead with that, but... that's okay. We managed to land an emergency crit on him and preserve ourselves anyway. I wonder if Link learned the spin move here from the Lionels. There we go. Except he does spin to win much, much better. Yeah, that's a ton of shock arrows. So if you're ever running low on arrows, especially shock arrows, just hunt Lionels. It will almost always give you an extra abundance of arrows. Ooh, a 5-shot. Oh, how nice. We're going to use one of the durability ones, though. I feel like that is most appropriate. But yeah, so with that, I think we're done hunting blue Lynels. We'll wait for the next tier to come along. Honestly, I'm surprised the next tier hasn't already come along since we've beaten 3 of the bosses. 3 of the blights, and they're worth 300 apiece in terms of experience. So I'm actually kind of surprised we're not already well on our way to the next tier of Lynels. Anyway, back to Korok Seed hunting for a bit before we return to Lurelin. So, time for some more music. To fill in all the silence. My girlfriend pointed out something else that was... She pointed out the music. Princess Mononoke. Oh, what did I do that for? Said she would prefer that over the silence that we get in this game. And I totally agreed, although I wasn't quite as much of a fan of the music as she was. Like, it was good, I just didn't think it was anything special. And we certainly can't play it on stream. But it was there, and it was nice. What am I doing? Okay, everything's fine. I'm just... There we go. Getting a little lost. So. Just gonna grab a couple more seeds over here, and make our way towards some important map locations. Grab some hardy durians here. Yeah, and somehow that still counts. I don't know how, but it does. All right. One more Korok seed down here. Finish rock back. And we'll use Rivali's Gale to get out of here. Now, over there, just a short distance from here, we have an easy-to-miss map location. The Guccini Plain Burrows. This place, the only way for you to see, you notice the map location isn't there. Unless you zoom in all the way. That's part of what makes it so easy to miss. Same with this bridge coming up. Although bridges I find to be a little bit easier to spot and harder to miss. Thank goodness it's not raining right now. Ooh. A very good shield. And actually, that's right, we don't need that. Right down here. We're gonna get a piece of DLC armor. Get to work on starting collecting this. Phantom Ganon. Phantom Ganon set. So, if we kept going in this direction, there's more to be had over here, but we'll get that when we do the lake tower stuff. For now, we're done with the Farron Woods part of Farron. There's still more to do up here, though. So let's go clear out some Hinox. That'll help increase our experience as well. Go ahead and collect all the Korok seeds along the way, of course. This one's a little tricky, tries to hide from you. By going around the side of the mountain here. Go. Now, there's a Korok seed right here. Just got to get the stone in there. However, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to skip that one because that one actually can be a pain to create a Cryonis bridge and then get the stone in there. It's actually kind of annoying, that one in particular, so I'm going to skip it. We'll get some other ones. Like this one. The other one you have to work for. This one's practically free, so why wouldn't you just take this one? At least that's how I look at it. Another easy one right there. And let's see if I can get a wind bomb to work for me. If not, I guess we'll just walk. Oh. Hold on, back up. Gotta actually lay the bomb. And deal with these guys. There we go. Problem dealt with. There we go. Very nice. might actually need another one. I mean, I could just glide over there. But wherever we can save time is nice. Very good. So that speeds up the process of getting to this Korok seed. And the reason we are going to, and the reason we're getting that Korok seed is because it's right next to where we need to be to start this particular shrine quest. So we need to come here anyway. There's a rare red Hinox here. I believe that's already in the album, right? Yeah, there's Farash, by the way, which means these are the other two dragons. We'll get to them. Apparently, oh yeah, there we go, okay. Yeah, I was about to say, I think the red Hinoxes are already in there. Notice how hitting the eye makes it stand up really fast. Oh, is he not dead? I thought he was dead. There he is, now he's dead. Didn't even get a chance to start playing his music. So, I assume all these fruits we're picking up are the contents of his stomach? In which case, ugh. But, I guess you gotta do what you gotta do. So here's what we're gonna do next. We have a lot of speed up foods that I created a while back, and now we're gonna take advantage of that.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Thank you, Rivali. Yeah, now we're going to make full use of the speed up foods to make our lives a little easier, a little faster. So carrying this all the way up the hill isn't quite so much of a chore. As per usual, the Sheikah love the ball and hole puzzles. That type of puzzle design just seems to speak to them, I guess. Another one bites the dust without even getting a chance to play the music. Some free ice arrows. And some easy honey. Because that's how you get rid of bees. You just use a bomb. Kills the bees, but it doesn't harm the hive, not at all. definitely wouldn't go poorly in real life or anything. This is a short trip. Just a short little jaunt. Now, the last one. But before we grab that, why don't we just see if we can get a wind bomb. Take us just a little past that. Over to this little island. We'll gather up one more Korok seed. No, not the Korok. The apples. So this Hinox is meant to be tougher. Notice I said meant to be. I'm gonna gather up all those real quick. We'll pause our music since he actually stood up and actually has a chance to fight. Well, Goblins still don't know what's going on, which speaks volumes about their intelligence, because they didn't see us attack and they only see Majora's Mask. They're still not sure what's going on. We're gonna max out our stamina. And we've fired this bow a lot, even with durability plus. I'll switch to the other one now. Just gonna grab this real quick. After scaring away the locals. Okay, and now we just run back with our prize, and we're done. And this is an easy blessing shrine. Nothing too bad at all. Another Great Thunderblade. When we barely have uses for the ones we've got. So, we still have a few more things to take care of, but we have enough for a stamina improvement. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn that in right away. We've passed 200 Korok seeds. So we're making real good headway. This peaceful village music is all fine and good. But we need it to be daytime. The pot's not on. That's weird. I mean, that's not a problem either. There. It's funny. Camped and then it suddenly wasn't. Wasn't lit up anymore. So, I'm gonna do some cooking here for a minute. I'll go ahead and run some ads while I'm doing that. Might as well. I'll see you guys in a minute. Okay, so let's finally make use of our dragon horn shards here. Oh. We need 1 horn shard and 4 bananas. get our 30-minute triple attack buffs. These will be very, very useful to have at various points throughout the playthrough, not the least of which being the Trial of the Sword, which I could skip, but I feel like that misses out on a bunch of the content to just skip over the Trial of the Sword and just like break out of bounds and just beat it that way. Like, it's not the same as skipping in a shrine. Ooh, no, 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 no. Don't want to throw that in. Some nice 30-minute speed buffs. Just in case we ever want to go fast. These can occasionally be helpful. And if only we had some chill shrooms to go with this, but at least we have some spare sun shrooms from way back when we were at Hateno Tech Lab to now cook with this for some 30-minute double cold resist buffs. Good stuff, I say. Let's finally finish our stamina wheel once and for all. Thank goodness. Max stamina. We can now invest everything into hearts after this. Now there's one last thing to get here in Lurelin, and that is another treasure chest with a star fragment in it. So as I said before, there are 8 treasure chests in the game that have star fragments in them. Star fragments are used for upgrading to the 4th level of certain sets of armor, and thus are very, very useful. We're gonna need to befriend this dog in order to get the treasure chest to appear. 4 apples later, as soon as he starts walking like that, you're good to go. Chest will appear right here. Didn't want to come out there for a second. So yeah, we're going to be collecting all 8 of those chests with the star fragments in them, even though, again, they do not count towards percentage. They're extremely useful to have. And since getting them from the sky is a bit inconsistent, this is a good way to handle it. Good boy. Yeah, perfect. There we go. Yeah, this is definitely a better picture. There's another dog we have to befriend at another stable in Hebra. We'll get to that. We'll get to Hebra later, though. So with that, I think we're pretty much done with everything we need to do, like, in Lurelin Village itself. There is another Korok seed, but it's a pain to get, so I'm not even gonna bother. But we're definitely not done with this whole area just yet. Still have a few more things to get. So, I've come here to the Hateno Tower to use the Bliss technique, because it just so happens to be almost on the same height as that shrine way off out there in the distance. Let's go ahead and get some music playing. Hey, this is good. This is an excellent track. Very good indeed. I am skipping over some Korok seeds and things that I know are directly below me. The Hateno Tower base. However, that's only temporary. We'll come back for those things later. For now, we have some combat shrines to do. Let's start with this. Majora's Mask here. Once again, we'll cut off our own music temporarily. While we take out the foe in front of us. Spin to win. There we are. And yeah, might as well. We can make room for a shield like that. Or at least so I feel. It's not like we don't have plenty of other shields here. Yeah, we don't need that bow. Knight's bow is kind of weak and useless at this stage. So we're gonna skip out on that. And then right off to the side, we have a Korok seed and then another combat shrine. One right after the other. I should rock back. And there we go. Pretty decent launch. Then once we're done with this combat shrine here, we can get some music back on again. Again, I want any... Yeah, I don't want my music to override any actually good music that's in the game. I just want it for background noise when the game isn't playing any music. Boy, those things don't last very long. No. Ooh. That was a little close. Nope. No spin to win for you. Perfect. Got to use up some weapons and take down a major test of strength. We actually have room for it all. Most excellent. Yeah. We'll use up the Great Thunder Blade next on whatever enemies happen to be in our path. Get a piece of the climbing gear here. Very important. Also somewhat unexpected. I mean, I guess they really wanted to secure the climbing gear behind at least one major test of strength? I don't know. But anyway, music time. Looks like the playlist decided to go for more Metroid music, which I'm totally okay with. guess I could have used Rivali's Gale to make this a little faster, but it's not super necessary. So now, it's actually good that it's daylight. Because if it were nighttime, we'd have annoying nighttime enemies hanging around. We're gonna go ahead and get the shrine over here. Well, we're gonna do the puzzle that's over here to get the shrine. It's over at the base of the cliffside. There's your rock back. Again, we're gonna save Eventide for another day. We might do it next stream. But not today. Beautiful music. I mean, it kind of fits with where we are. Well, no, it would have fit better with the rest of Farron. Yeah, Torvos Bog would have been better to listen to back here. Not out on the open beach. But, I wish I could gather together like a collection of different themed music and then have it only play particular areas, but I need a mod to do that, and I have the Switch version. Just gonna run over here and get the last picture, and then it's into the shrine we go. More Octoroks. I swear there must be a pestilence on Hyrule. Now we'll talk to him. We already have all his pictures, so we're ready to go. Alright. Sorry about that. So it was theorized initially a long time ago that this was like the Twilight Mirror, but the location doesn't match or track at all. And though it does resemble the Twilight Mirror, like the shape of it, there's no actual mirror there. But I remember when people were hyped about it looking almost exactly like the Twilight Mirror. This little stone monument here. But yeah, while it bears some resemblance, it's not an actual mirror. And the only thing we get for it is a shrine, so... Yeah, and it's also in completely the wrong place. So... Yeah, probably not. Remnants of the Twilight. Okay. This shrine. Easiest way in is a wind bomb. It's just that simple. Aim for right about there-ish. This shrine thankfully has its cage with the back against the wall, so we can't overshoot it. Ooh. Can, however, fail to get a wind bomb. There is some okay treasure in this shrine, but it's nothing we can't get elsewhere. Maybe based on the positioning, I'm doing it too fast? Actually, why don't I just do it from here instead? From the little pillar here. As we have done many times before, we'll aim right about there-ish, I think. Oh. Suddenly it doesn't want to work for me. Come on now. Don't be like this now. Once again, not fast enough, or actually maybe there's some lag from my weapon. This shouldn't be a problem. Doing it too... Maybe I'm being too fast on the second bomb. Wind bombing can be annoyingly precise sometimes. Thankfully, we have plenty of health. Yeah, see, I think I need to wait here. Because I was still going up. Either that or I needed to do... It's either I'm doing it too slow or I'm doing it too fast. I tried waiting, so maybe... I just need to do it quicker instead. If I can get... Link to stay up there. There we go. And I should probably eat some food here. It would be a little silly to die right here, or to have to use a ferry here, that is. There we go. I actually needed to do it faster. There we go. Switch and detonate even quicker than I thought. Well, that's fine with me. I love this track so much. It's a good track. Octopath Traveler. Definitely hit a little bit of gold with this one, I think. I have Rivali's Gale, but I'm gonna climb up normally. I want to use Rivali's Gale when we get to the top. Let me use it right here. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Don't dive in the water. Well, it's about to be nighttime, so maybe appropriate music. Go. So there's a Talus down here we can fight. And this Talus is a bit annoying because its stone is on its back. Which makes it kind of hard to reach. Kind of a nightmare to reach it. Kind of step on it here. Then he turned. So the way we're supposed to handle this is we're supposed to use a spear. Yeah, this frost spear is a little weak, so we'll go ahead and use it. There we go. The drill shaft weapon, of course, would deal bonus damage, but it's otherwise worthless, so I don't have one. But there we go. That Talus is just right there, so I figure, why not? Okay. So from here... From here, we're going to warp back to Mount Floria for one more quick trip down the river to grab some Korok seeds, some very important map locations, and a shrine along the way. And then we'll be pretty much done with our warp point on Mount Floria there. Easy Korok seed. There's your rock back. And now, after a very long fall, all the way down here, there's a little cave here with some goodies in it. Just a few things that are nice to have. This place is good to go to early on if if you're not actually if you're just following a kind of normal-ish route. You're going to Impa first after leaving the Great Plateau. A quick detour here will yield a pretty good chunk of change. And some nice-to-have weapons. There's a flame blade in here. It's got critical hit on it. You know what? Yeah, we have enough two-handed weapons. I think I'm actually going to drop the Thunderblade here. So when it comes to the elemental weapons, the single-hand, the spears are the best, followed by the single-handed weapons, and then the great swords are actually the weakest. Like, the great swords just don't get enough power to compensate for their slow attack speed compared to the spears, in the case of the elemental weapons. I'm collecting all these silent shrooms on the way down because they will help us to upgrade our stealth armor. When the time comes to do that. Korok seed right here. There's your rock back. We will actually need a few of these as well. There's a lot of fish in that river there. There's a bear up here. But I'm here for the Korok seed. There's a Stallnox way over there. But I am not interested in playing with the Stallnox at the moment. That's too far away. Go away, Stallnox. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go inside this shrine and then turn around and leave. So this shrine, we could just do it, or we could, there is even a way to wind bomb it if you're really good and really precise with it. But the simplest way to solve this one is just to use the moon jump glitch. At least in my opinion, it's just easier. Yeah, I'm gonna go in and leave just to break the lock with the Stallnox. Then we're gonna go ahead and eat one of our smaller speed-up foods so that we can speed through here quickly. without needing a horse necessarily. Like, I think we're about as fast as, like a 1-star horse if we have max speed up. Like, that's not very fast, but it's definitely much faster than just Link's normal movement speed. So these bridges are map locations that do count towards 100%. They do count towards percentage. The little twin bridge and the big twin bridge.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Rivali's Gale actually being ready in perfect timing. There we go. And that works out well. Ha de Hamar. Ha de Hamar. What an awesome name. Ha de Hammer Shrine. How can you get a better name than Da Hammer or Da Hamar? Whoops. I went a little too early there. So just gonna... Come on. Get up there, Link. Just gonna climb up to this treasure chest and get the free 50 rupees here. Then we're gonna go ahead and set up the ice blocks for this one. Nice and easy, pretty simple shrine. I could have done this earlier, but at the time I did only the twin memory shrines up at the top of the dueling peaks. And I didn't drop down to this shrine in this stable earlier, simply because there wouldn't have been much point. I would have only had to warp back up to the top in order to go from the dueling peaks to Hateno Tower, so it's just like, not much point in visiting this place right at the moment. She'll give us free elixir here, just for talking to her. So I figure, why not? And then just a brief jog away, we have another map location. Get. And that is the bridge right here that leads up to Kakariko. Yeah, the Kakariko Bridge. So again, I could have dropped down and come along this route and made it up here, but getting the Hateno Tower and then flying over here is definitely the better way to go. Just because we can then go back to the Hateno Tower and it's faster that way. And there was no need to get all this in the early game since we can just get it right now. But I could have routed it differently, I suppose. Right about there, I think. And if my throw is lined up correctly, which it wasn't. Not quite. Oh no, too far the other way this time. Come on. No, stop throwing to the side. Link. Need you to be accurate with your throws. At least. I'm glad that went in, because I fell down. Yeah, or at least... Let's do a little bit better there. Free ice arrows are free. Point ourselves over that way and see if we can get another wind bomb. That's a decent one. Just a little one will do. Easy Korok Seed. There we go. Yeah, there's a couple different routes I could have taken to get things done in. But I like the route that I'm taking right now. I think it's a good one. So we now have enough for another turn in. We can get a heart. And we're pretty much done with Farron now. Just about. There's not really much else to do. So it's time to go ahead and head on over to the Gerudo. But first, before we get started, like really get started on doing the Va Naboris quest, we have to go finish the last quest we were doing. So in the last episode, as soon as I was done with Va Rudania, I immediately warped over to demonstrate dragon farming right away without picking up the weapon here. Simply because I was in a hurry. But now we have the opportunity to go ahead and finish this quest here. So we're gonna do that. What to drop? These are fairly common. I'm gonna drop this. I don't want to drop anything else right now. I just don't feel like it. Also, here's some amazing music. which we're gonna have to pause because we're entering a town. But only briefly. So yeah, I was in a hurry last episode to show off dragon farming, because I was running a bit late getting to it. It's just running a bit behind. But now's a good opportunity to go ahead and wrap this up. Yeah, game, we'll find it eventually. No more stamina. No overflows of stamina. That's okay. Speaking of the Master Sword, it's time to start building up enough hearts to go ahead and pull it. We're almost there. But it's not super important. Again, I could use the glitch to pull it early. The campfire glitch. To pull the Master Sword early, but really, since I'm doing all shrines anyway, there's not much point. Like, the early Master Sword glitch is really only useful if you don't intend to do all the shrines. But since I'm doing them anyway... there's no hurry. No hurry on the Master Sword. It's not even that great of a weapon when you first pull it anyway. At 30 damage, it's kinda mediocre. Best used as a rock breaker. And it doesn't come with its own slot if you use the glitch. You have to actually pull it legit, or it takes up an inventory space. No, it's 30 damage at start. Time tree. It only becomes 60 damage if you're fighting like a guardian or you're nearby to some calamity. Some ooze. Which, by the way, does remember... yeah, it does resemble... yeah, the Calamity Ooze resembles, something else from Princess Mononoke. Anyway, let's go ahead and build all of our remaining displays. I love the Bolson Construction Crew's mottos and energy anyway. I do too, Time Tree. I hope that Breath of the Wild 2 is a high-ruling game.
Hey? Ah!
Good stuff. Except the part where we have to wait here for him to sit down before we can talk to him again. There we go. That's slow for no reason. But yeah, we're just gonna wrap up all of our gear displays. No reason not to. If you can't pull the saw,
Oh!
then don't push it. So how's your coding coming? You about done with your project so you can relax for the evening time, Tree?
Ah.
Oh, you haven't finished that?
Oh.
Doing something else currently? Okay, fair enough.
Oh. Hey? Ah!
Thwunk, zip, hammer, saw. Good rhyme, good job. But doesn't quite work. But it's pretty close. Okay, last one. And we'll upgrade the rest of the house later.
Oh, 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 oh. Mmm.
Bolson construction. What's our credo? Any nail could fail,
Oh.
so don't let your hammer stammer. I think that's my favorite one. There we go. Yeah, we'll go back to the frost spear. Or, no, let's stick with the single-handed. Yeah, we'll stick with the flame blade, since we have two of them. Frost spear will come out as our backup weapon. It's nice to have temperature control that we can wear on our back, to be honest. While we're here in Hateno, we may as well... There is an armor shop here in Hateno. It doesn't sell anything of any particular significance, but for completionist's sake. Yes, another shop that sells the Hylian gear, but also the warm doublet and the soldier's outfit. It's pretty cheap, so let's just go ahead and get it. So we have enough money now for the ancient armor. And with that, the last great expense in the game. We got it as soon as we sold those extra dragon horn shards. So, yeah, now pretty much there really aren't too many other major expenses left. If we have enough for the ancient armor, which is 6,000 rupees, there's not too much else we need rupees for. I mean, there's a couple more things, but like nothing that you wouldn't be able to get enough rupees for just by like selling gemstones and things. Like, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
You like this corner? Anyway, at some point I might come by the dye shop and actually try dyeing some of my outfits. You know, I've never actually done that before. It'll be fun to try that out later. It's not important right now, though. So what else you doing, Time Tree? Before we get started on helping the Gerudo, need to visit the ancient Akala Tech Lab. Or the Akala Ancient Tech Lab, whoops. Making a tournament for special modes they have on FIFA 23. PS5 version, okay. Didn't even know you played those games. Oh, we're one arrow short. Hold on. So, we need to get some ancient arrows. And I want to get 15 since I have 15 shafts. I mean, I guess we don't need 15, but here's a quick and easy way to get regular arrows. And it does cost durability, of course, but at least the arrows themselves are totally free. You just need any multi-shot bow, and a campfire and a tree to shoot the arrows into. And at the cost of a tiny bit of durability, you can just clone regular arrows pretty easily. Just be careful that you don't let the arrows burn up, because they will do that. You do have to fire 1 or 2 volleys and then collect them before they burn up, or you'll just be wasting your time. So there we go. That should be plenty. Uh-oh. Oh, I need some springs. I didn't notice that. Actually, real quick. Let me just remind myself of the requirements. We actually need a lot of gears. We have plenty of cores, as you can see. At least to purchase the armor initially. Upgrading it requires a lot more. We need springs, we have screws, yeah, we just need a lot. We need a lot of gears. It's almost time to go guardian farming. Very soon. But that's okay, yeah. Cloned some arrows, but didn't have enough springs. Didn't see that till just now. That's alright. Anyway, let's make our way over to the Gerudo and get ready to help them out. Back to some music. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot something. So, before we do that, we actually need to visit Terrytown. We sent the Gorons to Terrytown. And conveniently next up, we can talk to the Gerudo and send her to Terrytown, since we're headed in that direction. But first, we have to actually go over here and talk to Hudson before we can do that. How am I doing on ferries? I should be fine. Six? That's good. But we could do a little better. And a little bit more stamina would be nice, too. So let's go ahead and grab that. We're going to put these fairies in our hand. The game will look at our inventory and say, oh, you only have one fairy. Here, let me spawn some for you. Good. Here, aim for Terrytown. Again, these wind bombs are strictly a matter of convenience. If you can't get them to work like me, don't worry. I mean, just glide over here. It doesn't take that much longer. Well, it seems to take a second for Hudson to spawn in, though. Already got your wood, buddy. We're gonna quickly cook our additional endurance. Get these Endura carrots cooked into our food inventory. Okay. Now, I'm gonna make a little pit stop real quick to pick up some fire arrows, and then we'll go. Just to be a little, just to be on the safe side. We'll do a little extra preparing. I mean, it can't hurt after all. So do you have friends that play FIFA with you, or do you play by yourself, Time Tree? And I'll even pick up some more regular arrows. That's honestly one of the best spots to get free arrows in, because the tree is so close to the campfire.
Hey!
There we go.
Oh!
Not a problem. Okay, now the Gerudo. And let's get some music going again. That works. So there's a few things at the base of the Wasteland Tower. We're gonna go ahead and take the opportunity to just grab, just because there's no reason not to. Talus being one of them. Pause that for a second. Use our frost spear here, since this is another one. Oh. Put the rock on its back. That didn't work as well as I wanted it to. Tried to run to the side, but I went the wrong way. Use of this spear that was so kindly donated to us. Ooh. By that Lizalfos. Might as well, right? And now from here, we turn our music back on. Drop down on this Korok seed. And should rock back. And then we replace our golden bow. So, as it turns out, there's a nice, easy to get golden bow right in here. Ooh, and to tack up 11 at that. How nice. So now let's go ahead and clean out this shrine since we're right here. This shrine can be cheesed with infinite jump, the infinite jump glitch, but like, really, I find it to be unnecessary to do that. Since a simple wind bomb won't do it. Ooh, some gears. Yeah, since a simple wind bomb won't cheese this shrine, and it's a long way from the start to the finish, there's really no reason not to just do the shrine. Because, like, when we have the moon jump glitch active, we can't run. And so, even though we could jump to the top and, like, climb and just walk around on the ceiling, it's not necessarily any faster than just going through the shrine and solving it. We've used some of the durability on this weapon. Let's go ahead and use it up. I don't have to fight this guy coming up, but why not, really? He will take bonus damage after all. There we go. Guardians take bonus damage from Guardian weapons. And we need the parts anyway to get our ancient armor in the relatively near future, so might as well kill him. Although normally it's not worth the durability to mess with those guys. In this case, it just worked out nicely. So, Korok seed right here. Of course, we just got the stable. Rock back, which counts as a map location. That's very important and all. However, here's the other reason we came down here. There's another easy to miss map location. Right here. Gerudo Desert Gateway. They actually want you to physically walk through the gateway here in order to collect that map location. And again, it does count. So, with that collected, let's go ahead and get to flying. There we go. Gonna fly over to the bazaar, which, bizarrely enough, has no shrine or warp point or anything near it. It's just kind of out there on its own. Took a little cold damage, but whatever. Pause that. And I'm actually curious about something. What if we talk to her in the Gerudo set?
Savak.
Ah. Nope. If she thinks we're a Vi, she won't give us the correct dialogue. I was wondering about that. But here, as soon as we put on Majora's Mask... And there we go. Now that we've sent off Rodson, now it's time to seriously get started on helping out the Gerudo. Unfortunately, we cannot wear Majora's Mask. We have to have at least these two parts of the Gerudo set on. We can have sand boots. They don't seem to mind sand boots. But we have to have at least those two parts of the Gerudo set on in order to enter the town.
Saba Saba.
I'm gonna go ahead and do this side quest, not only because we need to do it for the Thunder Helm anyway, but because she'll give us a free accessory. Sapphire is definitely the correct one to pick, simply because it is the most expensive and will save you the most money. To just go ahead and get for free. We've effectively turned 10 flint into, which is everywhere, into a sapphire circlet, which is fantastic. So, once we have that, we'll get the other circlets later. We don't have to get them right now.
Oh.
We have something slightly more important to get.
Oh.
G, S, C, Diamond.
Oh. Oh.
So we can get the Desert Vo set from
Ah.
Rodson in Terrytown, or we can just buy it right here. It's the same
Oh.
price.
Oh. Oh. Ah.
It is a tad expensive,
Oh. Oh.
as is this set.
Oh. Ah.
And this is what we needed the luminous stones for, but we actually didn't need nearly as many as I thought, so we can go ahead and sell the rest, because I'm gonna buy the glow-in-the-dark skeleton armor, but I'm not actually going to bother upgrading it, because Majora's Mask
Saba Saba.
already has the same effect as it, and then some. Yeah, Majora's Mask is kind of the culmination of all the different masks and armors that confuse enemies.
Oh.
Kind of combines them all together, so we don't really yeah, we don't really need to upgrade that armor, but I'm gonna buy it just for the sake of collecting it. I'm sure we'll get plenty of luminous stones throughout our journeys. It's the topazes we need to keep, believe it or not. And look at that, we're back above 6,000 again. Just like that.
Oh.
Gerudo's Secret Club. Basically option 3 times, and then the fourth option on the final selection.
Oh.
So, while in here, we can wear things like Majora's Mask. And stuff that they wouldn't approve of, as long as we're in here. And it is the only exception to the invisible box that is otherwise around the town. So what I mean by an invisible box is, well, exactly that. When we're up here, looks like that's not, yeah, water's not deep enough for us to swim. Yeah, when we're up here, we're not inside the box, despite being inside the town. And we can wear just kind of whatever we want. I know what to wear. Yeah, Nintendo shirt. Hey, we're in Gerudo Town, but we're not dressed as a girl. But not really, because as soon as we hit the invisible boundary box, that extends even into the air to a certain point. No way. They detected me? How? I was hanging in the middle of the air. How could they have possibly seen me? Oh man, I can't believe they didn't like my Nintendo shirt. Oh well. Guess I'll just change right in front of this guard and then walk right back in. So, thanks to all the work we did earlier, we've already got the clothing necessary to sneak in, and we've already got the sand and snow boots. So, that's nice. Yeah, I think shock arrows will do fine. Yeah, this is a decent pool of weapons. We can work with this. So, I mean, if anything, I might actually want to buy a few more bomb arrows. I should have picked up some in Hateno. I can pick up some right here, right now. No. We have enough. Plus, you know, what Riju will give us. We'll be okay. Anyway, time to meet Riju.
Yet another traveler. How did you get in here? Oh. Seems you have something rather interesting there.
Seems I have something rather interesting there. What? My Lionel bow? My old Hylian soldier's shield, or the Lizalfo's pitchfork here? What part of what part of my outfit looks weird? Okay, so anyway, Riju is actually kind of an awesome character, especially if you read her diaries. Like, she's just far more interesting than all the other characters in this game, you know? She's the young ruler that's worried about whether or not her people really approve of her being their ruler at such a young age. She has an obstacle to overcome. And it's not just her age, it's her confidence. In herself, and in her people, and the confidence they have in her. I think she makes for a neat character. Probably the most interesting among the... Or, yeah, at least the most interesting among the the 4 current champions. Next to Sidon, of course. Yunobo is meh, whatever. And Teba is also kind of meh, whatever. But Sidon has the best smile in Hyrule, and Riju's just the most interesting, in my opinion. Anyway, so they want us to get the Thunder Helm.
Oh.
They want us to get the Thunder Helm back. To which I say, sure, no problem. We've already been up to the door of the Yiga hideout earlier anyway.
Oh. No. Oh. Oh.
So, that's all we had to do. We don't actually have to talk to any of the other soldiers. We just talk to her. And we're led to... And suddenly, the door to the Yiga hideout is just open. So, let's go ahead and take care of that. I mean, actually... Well, no, actually. This is what we're really gonna do. Maybe I'll buy some more bomb arrows. In a bit. The more I think about it. So, the upcoming section... Yeah, in the upcoming section, the Yiga Blade Masters, inside the Yiga hideout, have the rather unfair ability oh, come on. Oh, because there was a... Because it's nighttime and there's a bunch of keys around. The keys actually tipped off the stall enemies. Oh, wait. Well, I'm also not wearing Majora's Mask. That would also help. So, here, let me... You know what? Let me fix this situation. Let me just take care of this. I forgot to sell the diamond. Oops. That's okay. We'll get it next time. Let me make it so this is no longer a problem. Okay, anyway, as I was saying... So in the upcoming section, in the Yiga hideout, the Yiga Blade Masters are able to one-shot us, despite, yeah, whatever health we may have. No matter what armor we're wearing, if we take any hits from the Yiga Blade Masters, it's an instant game over. Even if we have Mifa's Grace or fairies in our inventory, it's just instant game over. So because it's so cheap, yeah, because this upcoming place is so cheap, I am going to unashamedly use Ancient Arrows to clear out the Yiga hideout. Oh, we roasted one. Oh well. That's fine. Yeah, so I am going to unashamedly use Ancient Arrows here. Just because of how cheap this upcoming section is. There are plenty of Yiga bows lying around. So we can refresh the durability on our Yiga duplex bows. Go. Just gonna get rid of all of those.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
So that we can collect the treasure in peace. It is absolutely imperative that we remember to get a picture of Master Koga. If you don't get a picture of him, you will lose the opportunity to get it forever. He is a one-time boss that never appears again, so make sure you get that picture. So we're gonna want full stealth armor in here. This place is loaded with treasure. There's so much treasure to be had in here. No point in Majora's Mask. Yeah, and we're gonna get all of it. We're gonna get all the treasure that's in here. There's no point in Majora's Mask. No way to fool these guys. Like I said, just gotta make sure they don't see you and sound the alarm. Because if they do, they will summon a bunch of their buddies, and if they hit you at all, it's just instant game over. So I'm not gonna mess around. I'm just gonna go ahead and use my ancient arrows. You also can't save in here, by the way. Although the autosave happens right before. So it's not too bad. Still. Definitely better to just not get caught and make all the Yiga Blade Masters disappear with ancient arrows. It's just a lot easier that way. One more. And there we go. And now we're clear. Easy enough. Now we'll just explore all the hidden passages in here to our heart's content and collect all the treasure within. It's just gemstones and money littered all over the place. And bananas. Lots of bananas, don't forget those. Just some gemstones casually sitting out. And I think this actually works too. I think that actually does work. Somehow. But anyway. Now it is time for Master Koga. No point in using ancient arrows on him. Obviously, he won't just disappear. Before we get there, we'll go ahead and take all the arrows and bows and gemstones they have buried in here for some reason. These chests are only in here, I swear, just to get us to turn on magnesis so that we'll realize that that door can be, that this side of the wall can be magnetized. I'll take those free arrows, thank you. Oh, yes, I can. We'll ditch this, this damaged bow. Okay. Alright. This damaged and apparently haunted bow. Ditch that and switch to these weapons here. Let's go with this. Okay. And now it's time. I mean, we don't really need Majora's Mask for this. It's not really a cutscene. It's time for Master Koga. Time to make sure we get that picture. So. This really should have been voice acted. I remember Koga being a bit of a fun character in Age of Calamity. And I really wish he had been voice acted here. I think it would have been good. That works. It's a bit far away, but... that's fine. I guess we could take a picture of him like that, too, if we wanted. But we'll be nice. Spare him the indignity. There we go. Getting some good hits in on him. Let's use up some of these smaller weapons now. Okay. So remember this fighting style, because we're gonna see it later. bust out my serious moves. A secret technique taught by my father's mother's father. It will destroy you. This is the end. Remember this technique. And this fighting style, like I said. It's gonna come back later. Only it'll be a lot more dangerous next time we see it. Pretty soon you'll be gone, and not just from my line of sight. Yeah. I wish they had gotten the Age of Calamity voice actors on board with this project as well. I wish they'd hired him sooner to do this and then Age of Calamity. So there is nothing down at the bottom of this hole. At least nothing we can go down and check out anyway. Nothing the game will let us see. I'm gonna go ahead and drop by Hateno real quick to purchase some bomb arrows, and then we'll go ahead and do Von Aboris. I just want some spares for the boss. Judex, hey! How's it going? You're up late. Can't sleep? It's good to see you, buddy. How's it going? Just woke up in the middle of the night, huh? I'm doing good. I just had a date with my girlfriend. We watched Princess Mononoke.
Oh.
Sure. Boy, that is expensive, though. That's fine. We will still have plenty of money. In fact,
Yeah.
speaking of which, got a spare diamond in here for you. Oh yeah, and the stuff we found in the Yiga hideout too.
Whoa.
So have you ever seen Princess Mononoke, Judex? It's an old Studio Ghibli film from 1997.
Ah. Ah.
It's good stuff.
Ah. Whoa.
So the Studio Ghibli films were famous for how extremely well animated they were, especially for their time. Like, even today, the animation quality holds up. Because they hand drew almost every frame. There was no animation. There wasn't any real, like, super high-tech way of doing anime at that time. So it was pretty detailed stuff. It was pretty amazing. But so after watching it, I began to see, like she pointed out, that that this game, Breath of the Wild, draws a lot of influence from that movie. The Koroks, the Calamity ooze, the Lord of the Mountain. There's actually a lot of references in Breath of the Wild to that movie. It's actually kind of interesting. Anyway, now that we've purchased our bomb arrows and sold some gemstones, you went to see Hamilton with your girlfriend on Thursday? All right. Hope that went well for you. Yeah, Princess Mononoke was an interesting movie. It was okay. Well animated, very beautiful and all that, but the movie itself, it was okay. It wasn't bad. I just don't know if I'd go so far as to say it was amazing. Or a must-watch or anything. It was good, though. I don't regret seeing it. Get some extra hearts. Get our sand boots on. And since they won't let us in with Majora's Mask, I guess we'll just have to watch the cutscene without it. But just this once. It was amazing. I never thought I'd cry over George Washington. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I've seen some biographies on YouTube of George Washington. He was an interesting guy. I especially love how he, being a cartographer, he actually picked out the site for the White House himself. Like, he actually surveyed the land for the White House himself. Always thought that was neat. Anyway. Cutscene time. I'm gonna run some ads, and I'll see you guys in just a minute.
Ah, well, you certainly got here fast. I should have expected as much from the princess's own appointed knight. She was out on a survey all day today. Still as the sands now. So, spill it, boy. Have the two of you been getting along all right? It's okay, I know. Your silence speaks volumes. She gets frustrated every time she looks up and sees you carrying that sword on your back. It makes her feel like a failure when it comes to her own destiny. Don't worry, it's not like you carry blame in any of this. It's unfortunate. She's put in more than enough time. Ever since she was a young girl, she's gone through rigorous daily routines to show her dedication. She once passed out in the freezing waters trying to access this sealing power. And she has nothing to show for it. That's the motivation driving her research. I'd be doing the same thing. She really is quite special. You be sure to protect her with your life. It's quite the honor. The night brings a chill. It's probably time we take her in. Or...
Barbosa! What was that? Did you feel that? Wait, what? How did you... What are you doing here? What's so funny?
I remember. Barbosa was such a troll. And it was really funny. Seriously. Barbosa is definitely one of the best characters in this game. If not the best. So what else you been up to, Judex? Anything in particular? Let's see if I can get this wind bomb to work for me. See if I can get it to go anywhere close to where I want it to go. So we're certainly not taking a sand seal out there. Not if I have anything to say about it. Hey, it worked. Nice. Okay, but now we show her what we really look like. That is to say, we have to put on Majora's Mask now. And now we're both wearing masks. It's appropriate.
Huh?
Oh.
20 freebies. And we're ready to go.
Seth.
Here's another scene that probably should have been voice acted. I mean, I guess along with any other scene where a major character's talking. Anyway, coming up is one of my favorite tracks in the entire game. It only plays during the battle with Vonneboris. I think it's exciting and fun.
Oh.
It's too bad we can't listen to it more often. It can be tough to stay in Riju's little circle, but this is otherwise a pretty decent Divine Beast fight. Here we go.
Follow me.
Let's try sniping it, though. And we're gonna race ahead a bit. It is. There's the giant AT-AT. You sure we shouldn't take it out with the tow cable?
This place is ready.
Oh, where? Okay. Let's see, where are we going here? Yep. It's just waiting on it to wasted shot. See, it's a little tough to stay in the circle, like I said, but we need to get ahead of it. Slow down. Riju. Where are you, Riju? Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh.
All right, now.
Ah! Ugh.
We can do this.
Oh, I've got him right where I want
Do
him.
this. Don't stray.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right, now.
I'm trying. In range. Whoa. Blew myself up, but we got him. Hear the camel roar.
Unfortunately, I cannot appease Nabores on my own. I have no choice but to entrust the rest to you. Don't let us down, Link.
Still don't know why the Sheikah thought it was necessary to have the Divine Beasts roar. Still seems a little bit silly sometimes. But anyway, here we are. The last Divine Beast.
Well, well, well. You sure do know how to keep a woman waiting. I can't wait to see you take Nabores back from Ganon. One thing at a time. You'll need a map to find your way around. Head over to that guidance stone over there. Sounds easy, right?
wasn't close enough. Ugh. I misjudged my distance a bit. Okay. So this Divine Beast can be a bit complicated. But it's not so bad. Honestly, one of the trickiest parts of this Divine Beast is just getting this treasure chest. But there's a simple way to do it. And if we fail it, we can just reload. We can just reload our save. So we want this thing swinging as much as we can. Oh, and we failed it. So here's what we do. All we have to do to get another chance is just reload from entering the Divine Beast. Good old autosaves. I should have known that wasn't going to work. Ooh, we got a shaft this time. A spring and a shaft, so that's actually a better set of rewards anyway. Let's not. Let's go ahead and put on some more appropriate equipment. Okay, so getting this treasure chest is really just as simple as we gotta get it swinging, and then when it swings toward us, we cut the rope, and there we go. And then it falls on the ground at our feet. We collect the treasure inside. Simple. Oh, well, mostly. We kind of have to catch it at the right moment. And I keep firing a little too late. We'll get it, though. I need to fire just a little bit sooner. Hey, we got the same rewards. Nice. There we go. Let's try that one more time. This is probably the most difficult treasure chest in all the Divine Beasts to actually acquire. Oh, no, that was... Oh, there it is. There it is. I thought that was too early. But it actually still had enough momentum to make it. I was about to say that's too early, but we got it. Very good. Okay. So with that out of the way, we got the ancient core that was inside. It's definitely worth doing just for that core. Now we go get the map.
Good work getting the map of the Divine Beast. The terminals that control Naboris are noted by a series of glowing points on your map. Take Naboris back by activating all of the terminals. You're ready for this.
Okay, and now we can truly begin. We're going to turn Daruk's protection back on. We only have 2 uses of it, but that should be plenty. We are actually going to want bomb arrows again, just briefly. Just to open the way. Go. Now we'll start moving this Divine Beast around. Too bad we can only move this thing in one direction.
There are 4 terminals remaining. I'm counting on you.
The rest of the Divine Beast is easy. Well, easy if you know what you're doing. Not so easy if you don't. This Divine Beast can be confusing your first time around, but it's not so bad once you get to know it. Especially having the other champion abilities is extremely helpful, especially Rivali's Gale. Having Rivali's Gale in here is kind of fantastic. Ancient Shaft. Carefully walk up here like this. Just get this other treasure chest right here. Drop that duplex bow behind us. Receive a knight's bow. We're actually going to ditch that in favor of the duplex bow, just in case we ever want to do duplication again, or, well, we will want to eventually do weapon duplication again. Yeah. Yeah, we are going to want to do some stuff with that. There we go. Yeah, we did the menu overloading to get gemstones in case we ever want to do that again, or in case we ever wanted to do some weapon duplicating or some item duplication. Again, we always want to make sure we have a nice healthy supply of multi-shot bows. Plus, the duplex bow is just a decent bow on its own, just because of the two-shot nature of it. The two-shotting nature of it. From here, let's just go ahead and use Rivali's Gale to get this. This is an excellent example of what I mean by having Rivali's Gale. Will be very, very helpful.
There are 3 terminals remaining. Hang in there.
Oh, oops. Oh well. Like, obviously there's a way up there without Rivali's Gale, but having Rivali's Gale just makes that so much easier to deal with. Just being able to go up there and not having to worry about solving the puzzle is very nice. We'll ditch the one that we currently have for this fresh one. The Knight's Shield, that is. And now, very soon, you'll see another use of Rivali's Gale that can be very helpful for saving time here in this dungeon. We used it in Varuta as well. And in Varudania, just Rivali's Gale is just so helpful. Rivali himself may have been a prick, but his Gale is nice. So this thing works by... Oh. Yeah, this thing doesn't work the way you'd think it works. Turning it left or right just determines which wheel it turns. There's no way to turn these wheels on the side backwards or in reverse. So be sure you're very careful about what direction you're pushing it and accidentally running into it after you've pushed them both into position, because then if you push them out of position, you'll have to watch the net go back down, and then you'll have to go all the way around again, and yeah, and then you'll just have to do it all over again.
There are 2 terminals remaining. Stay focused.
Okay. Here's another use of Rivali's Gale to save some time. Again, this is not by any means necessary. We could just go the normal way. But really, why not? Since we have the ability to take a shortcut, we may as well use it. So, there's a treasure chest at the bottom of this section here that we could see from the guidance stone. Go ahead and grab that. And then jump down and go around to the entrance. And then run back up. Now this may happen because we've got the thing rotating. We may have to wait a second to get inside. But it's not too bad. Well, let's ride the thing up, actually. Just about done cleaning this place out. Just a few more checks. A few more things to gather. Nope. Didn't quite make it. That's okay. No need to worry about it. We could do a bunch of rotation to get up here again, or we could just do this. Could rotate the camel's insides, or we could just do this. I have moved this to the wrong spot. So, there's a cutscene that plays the first time you move the back half of this thing. Because it really just feels like it's necessary. Yeah, the game just really feels like it's necessary to do that. But if you hold that at a distance, slowly walk forward, and time and position yourself just right. You can walk up here. No problem. Ah, I should have gone for the ledge. That's right. Don't try to don't try to do that again, just do this. Let's put the ball down there. There we go. Just carefully get across like so. No big deal. Yeah, let's just throw that down. Oh! It landed on the second floor. That's not where I wanted it to go. I wanted it to come all the way down. But, I mean, I guess we need to take care of this first anyway. Almost forgot about it.
Just one terminal remaining. You're almost there.
I was about to do the last terminal and then forget about this terminal. Nope. This new one, hey, this new one is attack up. I'll take that. Yep. Just about to do the last one first, and then almost forget about the fourth one. Would have had to go back and do that. But I saw it just in time.
Well done. That was the last of the terminals. Now, you'll need to start up the main control unit. Take a good look at your map. Head for the glowing mark you see there. You're doing well, but overconfidence can be a deadly foe.
Okay. And so that wraps up the Divine Beast. Gotten all the treasure chests inside. Defeated all the enemies. Cleaned out as much of the ooze as we can. Now it's time for the boss. Okay, so Thunderblight Ganon is probably the most annoying boss in the game. Like, there's really not any... There is a way to cheese Thunderblight a bit, by abusing bullet time, which is what you're about to see me doing. But other than that, really, Thunderblight is a bit of a skill check. Because the only way to get Thunderblight, the only way to leave Thunderblight open is to either parry it or dodge it. Or dodge its attacks. That's really all there is to it. There's not really any way to cheese this boss. Like, it's just annoying. It darts in, and you either have to dodge it or not. Yeah, you either dodge it or you take a hit. It's that simple. If you're not good at parrying and dodging, you will suffer in this boss fight. And since it stays out of range a lot and likes to throw projectiles at you, the little lightning balls, it can really just be kind of annoying to deal with. Like, even if you know what you're doing, you have to wait for it to attack because you can't just start shooting it with arrows. It won't let you get away with that. We're going to switch to bomb arrows. And heck, I'll even go so far as to use my attack-up bow. We do need to get a replacement later. Yeah, we'll find a Lionel and beat it next stream. Shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, so you just kind of have to constantly dodge this thing and parry it over and over. And then in its second phase, it gets electricity on its sword and shield, and then it becomes even more frustrating to deal with because every time you touch it, you drop your shield and your weapons. It's just an annoying boss. But thankfully, there is a way we can deal with it. In the same way that we've been using Rivali's Gale to kind of cheese the Divine Beast's puzzles, we can use Daruk's Protection to cheese the boss a little bit and get it to open up. And like I said, the best strategy, which you're about to see in a moment, is to abuse bullet time, as we have done with the other bosses. It's the closest thing to cheese in this boss fight, and even it can be tricky to pull off. So make sure you come into this boss fight well prepared is really what that all amounts to. This guy sucks.
Stay on your edge, Link. This formidable adversary was made by Ganon, and brought me to a warrior's demise 100 years ago. Do not allow this to be your end. Fight for your life. And its death. This thing is fast.
And for a picture. Not a very good picture, but if we want better pictures, we can get them in the memories later.
Watch yourself.
Oh.
Just like that.
Oh, not enough time. Couldn't get into bullet time fast enough, and then you roll down the center like that. Really obnoxious. Get up. Oh my gosh, Link. So pathetic. Get up. So you see what I'm talking about. And then he gets up pretty quick.
It
Thank you, Mipha's Grace, for the free heal.
was my pleasure.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Now, of course, it would also help if I was using a better weapon. So I believe I will use a better weapon now. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? Let's upgrade our damage output. And this is the part where he flies around somewhere. We can't see him very well at all. There we go. So you kind of just have to be good at dodging. That's really all there is to it.
Go!
Ugh. And I should have been further away when I did that. See, you can't shoot him with the bomb arrows and stuff. Ugh. Yeah, you can't really do anything to him. If he has the shield up. You just have to get that shield down. That's all there is to it. Like I said, most annoying boss fight in the game, for sure. Leaves you stunned for a very long time. Thankfully, you can plow through his shield with heavy hits after a while. Yeah, he's invincible while putting his shield up. You can't even attack him properly while he's doing this. Like, it's just a mess. That's all there is to it. It's just an obnoxious boss fight. There's no way around it. He eventually runs out of electricity, thankfully. But then he just gets it back whenever he wants. You can't shoot him with arrows. You can't even attack him straight up. Like, ugh. There's no real good answer. Can you even run away from him? Yeah. Don't think so. Oh, there he goes. He ran out.
Unleash your power!
Oh, he got it back already. Oh. Another skill check. You need to be able to parry. Let's see if I can get the parry for the Guardian Laser here. I can't lock onto him. I mean, I sort of got it. But not quite. Not exactly. I don't know where he was aiming, but it's me.
Good time.
Can I even... Oh! Nope. Good timing, except it wasn't. Oh, no, here we go. Oh. No, he's going for the laser again. All right. And I once again parried it, but it didn't reflect back at him. dodge the first hit, he just does that to you all day. Oh, of course. There we go. Such a pain. No two ways about it. If you come into this boss fight unprepared, you're gonna get wrecked. And even I struggled a bit there. Just because the only way to fight this boss is really just to have good timing. That's it. That's your only choice. Either be good or suffer. Be good at the timing or suffer. And you saw you can kind of cheese him with arrows by abusing bullet time. I chose to use bomb arrows. I should have probably switched to... Like, when I got to a closer distance, I probably should have used, like, shock arrows or something. Or ice arrows. So that's my bad. That fight probably could have gone smoother. But, I mean, just either way, that boss just sucks. I don't know what they were thinking. Like, it's not a fun experience. It really isn't, but... That is the hardest / cheapest boss in the game. Like, even Form 1 of Ganon is better, in my opinion. Because he uses, like, his attacks are much easier to dodge, whereas this thing comes in and he swings more than once. And then when he gets electricity on the shield and sword, like, you really can't do anything except run away. I mean, unless you have the rubber set. Or max electrical resistance, like, there's really just nothing you can do. Which, to be fair, now that I think about it, I do still have... Yeah, I still have this from Sidon. I guess I could have used this. But again, that just comes down to be even more prepared. You know? You have to come into this boss fight prepared. The other bosses, you don't really have to prepare very much for. Like, Wind Blight, just have lots of arrows. And some bows to shoot him with, which shouldn't be hard. You know, Fire Blight, just make sure you have some good weapons to smack on him with. That's really all it is. And even Water Blight, just make sure you have plenty of arrows. Jump off of a Cryonis block and abuse bullet time, shoot him in the eye a few times, and then swim up and have a good weapon to whack him with. That's all you have to do. But this boss, you can't shoot him with arrows right away. You have to dodge. You can't even... Yeah, it doesn't even use any attacks that you can turn against it, like Water Blight with the ice cubes. Like, you're just expected to be good at dodging and parrying. It's really that simple. And then you can kind of cheese it with arrows afterwards. But it's tricky because of the terrain, because you keep falling to the center like I was doing. It's just, ugh. The whole boss fight is just, ugh. It's just irritating. Not my definition of a fun experience. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'll stop ranting about it. Here we go. Let's enjoy the final cutscene for tonight. We have all the treasure chests and everything in here. So we are done. Enjoy hearing the camels cry one last time.
I knew you wouldn't let us down, Link. Thanks to your valor and skill, my soul is free, and Naboris is ours once again. Which means that finally, we can complete what we started years ago. We Gerudo have no tolerance for unfinished business. I've waited so long for the moment to see you finally rush Hyrule Castle. As well as for the moment when I incinerate Ganon into a pile of ash. Which reminds me, I wanted to give you a little something. Please accept this gift, which has come to be known as Urbosa's Fury. It will no doubt be of use to you. Both you and the princess, I know you have suffered much regarding what happened to us champions. But this is how things had to happen. No one need carry blame. So please, make it clear so she understands that. Tell her to shed any worries. And let her know I couldn't be more proud of her. You take good care of the princess. Oh, and also, take good care of Hyrule. Naboru, legend of the Gerudo, celebrated over ages. And you, who were named to honor her. You are a legend as well. Isn't that right, Naboris? The bitter essence of defeat from a century ago still sits upon my tongue. But that is now in the past. It was written that Calamity Ganon once adopted the form of a Gerudo. And that will make this victory all the more satisfying. I like that. Now I can take this personally. Once we've established a lock on that thing, It will be up to Link to keep Ganon occupied until the moment we unleash our strike. That moment is going to be so delicious.
There we go.
Link. 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 Thanks to you, all of the divine beasts have returned to us, and the spirits of the champions are free. We will all be awaiting your clash with Ganon at Hyrule Castle.
Well, okay, but that might be a while from now. I still have a bunch of things to do. We have the trial of the sword and the champions ballad. We still have a bunch of stuff to do. We're not even close to done yet. With the Korok seeds or with anything else, Zelda. Still got a ways to go. Anyway, that's going to do it for tonight, guys. Thank you all so much for coming. Even though that wasn't the cleanest of boss fights, I hope you guys still at least got the point, you know. It's a dumb boss that basically amounts to, I'm invincible unless you do this one specific thing, but if you can do that one specific thing and create an opening, you can kind of cheese it with arrows. And it's not too bad, I guess. It's just a little frustrating. You can't fight it the same way you fight everything else in this game. It actually requires real effort. And like I said, the whole invincible unless you do this one thing idea is just not good boss design. In my opinion. Anyway, I said I'd stop talking about it, so I will. My apologies. Next time, we will move on. We'll talk to Riju, get the weapons, put them in our house, and then we'll move on to probably the first part of the Champions Ballad. Like, we'll go around Hyrule, we'll do some shrines, some Korok seeds, somewhere. Actually, we might clean out the desert. That's probably what we'll do. We'll do all the stuff that there is to do in the desert. And nearby the desert, we might also work on the lake tower, Korok seeds, and whatever shrines are out here as well. Get a little bit closer to pulling that Master Sword. We might do the shrines in the Korok Forest. Maybe go up to Mount Lanayru. And then maybe end on the Obliterator trial? Possibly? That sounds like a good plan for next time. Maybe. We'll see. Either way, we will definitely make some major progress next time. Or heck, maybe instead of the Obliterator trial, we'll just pull the Master Sword. We'll get enough shrines done to pull the Master Sword. We are at 10 hearts, so we would only need 12 shrines. That's not so bad. We could probably do something like that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyway, thank you all so much for coming. Time Tree, Judex, Aurora, Avalon, you're all fantastic. I hope you guys have a good night, and I will see you all on Friday. Hey guys, thanks for watching. This is where most people tell you to like, comment, and subscribe. And while I would appreciate you doing all that, if you enjoyed my content, come check me out on Twitch at twitch.tv/TrinfiniteX so you can watch and chat with me while I make these. I'm a family-friendly streamer, so everybody's welcome. Throw me a follow on Twitch and Twitter so you can get notifications when I go live. Links will be down in the description. Have a wonderful day, and I look forward to meeting you.